protected and not exploited. Let's cheer for them now. Let's give it a go. Hey! Those brave people are suffering more than just a little trip into London. They're out there right now. Well, let's keep in mind those amazing people. And I want to introduce you to someone right now who I'm going to just get started with a bit of music. Holly Penfield is a musician. I don't know, Holly, are you going to wave around with the microphone? Or she's going to, how about we warm up like this? And then once you get into the vibe, look everyone's lovely. We can't wait to see you. Let's get a cheer for Holly Penfield! All right, Holly.
Good evening. I'm sorry, good morning. I'm used to singing at night time. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. The reason they asked me is because, I am a huge advocate of nature. I wrote a full album in recently called Tree Woman Tale. Because I was raised on an acre of land in an area in California, San Francisco, where trees growing over my house. I was a tree baby. Now I am a tree woman, and this is the main song of my house.
Oh, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Holly. Another quick round of applause for Holly. That's cool, right? I like that vibe. I like that vibe. So we've got our first speaker here this afternoon. It is this afternoon. Who got up this early this morning? Give me a shout if you got up early this morning. Before 6 o'clock? Before 5? Whoa, some brave ones. Right, we've got first person Sarah Fowler from the charity for Wetlands and Wildlife, and Sarah has actually, I believe, come with her mobile weed bed. So come along, and you can stand behind the podium. I think that'll be a podium. You want to see the weed bed. Who here comes to a podium with a weed bed? That's awesome, right? Go on, it's over to you, sir.
Thank you, Antonio. And thank you everyone for joining the march today, and especially for joining the water block. Our mission at WWT is to restore wetlands and unlock their power as flood rescue, food lifting, carbon storage, and our work is using science to different methods of reaction for wetlands and inspiring generations to join us. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we do, but like our founder, Cecily Scott, who was there at the dawn of conservation 70 years ago, saving species, we need to be right here, right now, here, at the door where we stand up and speak up to say we become politicians restore nature now. Now I ask you to imagine with me for a moment. Imagine a child in a world without gods, in a world without words, a world without time to memory. I can't imagine that because nature imagine a walk with your friend, with your neighbour, in a world without the crowd, the people in your story, without the poor, the clearly around us. I can't, because nature is our place for peace and restoration. We need to start pouring nature back into our because we know there is hope. We know there is the sea and its nature. Thank you for joining us today. I've shown up and speaking up, we are saying you want to make a difference. And that difference starts right here, right now. We need our politicians to act. We need our politicians to do us by nature, for nature, and we need our politicians to come to account at this election for what they are doing for nature. This is what I am asking you to do. We demand funding and we demand rules to restore nature now. I need you
Thank you so much, Sarah. And the weekend as well. How about that? So next up we have someone who's going to speak to us about fast fashion and its effect on the river and sea. So I want to welcome Ty Scott.
Thank you. My name is Ty, and I'm here from War on One. We work in the UK and with partners around the world to fight poverty and defend human rights as part of the movement for global justice. I would thank the organisers for having me here today. In fact, everyone who's come out today to demand that we restore nature now. Now, restoring nature is key in our fight for climate justice. Restoring nature is about living in harmony with our ecosystems and no longer supporting a global system forward in the exploitation of the Earth's resources with no consideration of the ecological or human impact. The climate crisis, this crisis of biodiversity loss and natural resource depletion have resulted from our broken and equal society. And to fix this, we have to transform our global economy and industries into ones that protect both people and planet instead of just profit for a few. Now many industries are out of control and continue to put profit before their workers, before the planet and before people in the name of corporate greed. And today I've been asked to speak about one industry in particular, an industry which we're on one long campaign against, the fashion industry. An industry that is unsustainable, out of control, and run with little regard to climate or ecological impact, or human rights. The fashion industry drains water and other critical resources predominantly from countries across the global south, causing rapid soil depletion, destruction of natural land, and biodiversity loss. Now this ecological breakdown is driven by the profit motives of corporations based here in the global north, many of which based here in the UK. Shame, but it's often the world where it is the world's poorest and most marginalised communities that suffer those devastating attacks continue to cause the systematically deprives communities across the south of resources required for sustainable life, economic growth and development. Resources that can be used to meet essential human needs and instead taken to the same here in the global north, continuing a cycle of inequality and deprivation. And on the other side of the fashion industry is the workers making our stories. Garment workers facing poverty wages and unsafe working conditions. It takes an average fashion studio 28 minutes to earn a garment worker in Bangladesh earns an average in a year. These struggles are all connected. The fashion industry is just one example, one of many polluting industries which wreck nature, pollute our rivers, cause biodiversity loss, fuel climate chaos, and exploit oil. And the thing is, we all need to come together, here in the UK and across the world. We need to fight to take the world and all climate change. We all want to rise to the bottom line. We take this to profit with the world and the people.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex, and welcome to Louis Erichton's channel. Thank you for tuning in. Unfortunately, he's not around today, but he will be back for the next stream, so tune for that. So today we're going to be covering the Restore Nature Now March. Currently we have the speeches which we shortly will go out there and stream, and at 1 the actual march starts from Park Lane to Parliament Square. Expected numbers are around 100,000, so stay tuned and see what's going to happen.
Every river in the UK is beautiful. Every species of fish. The Atlantic salmon is going to go for 6 years to our top streams and biodiverse and rainforest. And we're living them. Our pearls and our families are remained at every time we get do that job and protect our planet. Are you worried about the local river? Are you mad at water companies? Are you outraged by the lack of government action? And use your vote on the 4th of July to make a difference. Vote for clean rivers. Vote for clean rivers. Vote for clean rivers. Vote for clean rivers.
Thank you so much, Amy. So, let's introduce our next guest onto the stage. It's going to be Miranda from Extinction Rebellion. So shout out to people from Extinction Rebellion here. I'm a proud member of Extinction Rebellion, and I'm really grateful to so many people personally supporting this event and all the different organisations. It's a wonderful event.
Just a quick disclaimer, we do not hold an opinion on the events that we cover.
Give a big round of applause.
You don't know, Rainbow is the biggest mining and trading company in the whole world. If you own a phone, car, laptop, or TV, most of the electronics in that it comes from the mine within the room. We've got all kinds of stuff in the world. So why does this matter and why matter this March? Very loud in nature that cooperates on the exploited communities and they move them off their land. But here in the UK, we are also disconnected from nature. We are also watching it being destroyed, and companies like Glencore, but also BP, Shell, Exxon, they all rely on our disconnection from nature for this to continue to happen. So yeah, it's just so incredible to see so many people here in solidarity with nature, because the more we can connect here, the more these companies cannot operate anymore. They rely on our ignorance, they rely on our disconnection from nature to continue exploiting people around the world and for us to continue to consume these products as a society. So
yeah, we are as a Sloper, and there's so much that we can do together, and really that does start with our reconnection to nature. And yeah, it's so lovely to see so many kids here and families, because that is really what it's about. Our positive reconnection to nature will change these companies' connection and their exploitation of people around the world. But I'm going to pass over to Ilya to talk a bit more about that.
Thank you. The view from here is amazing, great, beautiful. Yes, why these companies are able to do this is because it's a double standard. So I'm going to talk to you about mining justice for the global south. Because it's one way if these mining companies operate in the global north, they have certain regulations, they have certain parameters they have to comply with, but it's something completely different the way they operate in the global south. In the global south, they regulate themselves. They audit themselves. They produce a report. Every company has to produce an income report and all those reports they have to produce. And they do it themselves. They produce their own reports. There's nobody regulating them. So they can do whatever they want to do. On top of that, they use the bilateral investment agreements. What are the bilateral investment agreements? It's a legacy from the colonial times. When the colonial powers, like in France, UK, you name it, they finished, so they invent a new system that is protected by the bilateral investment treaties. It basically is that money is rest. The most important thing is to protect the investment. So these companies, these multinationals that are destroying, that are contaminating the water, the rivers in South America and India, in the global south, these rivers, they will go through the land contaminated, and then they will go in the sea, killing everything in the sea and affecting all of us, because it's not about them in the south and us in the north. We are all together in this. So these bilateral treaties, what they do is protect the money and they put money first. So what we need to do is to change the law of the land, this land, because this country has a country that has the less environmental protection in the world. For our system, the system that we live in this country, money is more important than everything. And I ask you, what is more important than everything? Life. We need to protect life, so we need to demand from our government to protect life. We need to change the law of this country. We need to demand, this is a great time, because to engage, I know many of you don't like politics because politics sucks. Sorry, but we have to engage with them. This is the moment to go to there and demand that, what about the environment? What about the mining justice of the global south? What about these issues that are pressed? This is the moment, so we take them into account. But moreover, more important is that you have to engage. You have to have power, because he says this is a matter of power. You have to get there. So again, politics sucks, but you have to think that maybe it's going to be your project of life and get there and change this country, because if you change this country, we can change the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Indio and Miranda. If we can change this country, we can change the world. And that is true. Don't be taken in by these people. Oh, what about China? What about India? We are here right now in London, the seat of one of the biggest economies in the world. We've got soft power, we've got financial power, and we demand our government uses that power to protect nature and restore nature now. So that's why we're here. All right. Our next guest, very interesting. We've got a writer who wrote a book called The Flow, a member of the Right to Own campaign. I would like to welcome, I'd like you all to welcome Amy Jane Beer to the stage. Amy Jane Beer, please say it, everybody. Woo!
Good afternoon, everybody. Fantastic to see you all here. I'd like to put myself in your mind's eye on a riverbank. And remember that thing that happens to your mind when you stare at moving water for a while. It's a sort of effortless attention and a sort of freewheeling, the liberty that your brain has for freewheeling patterns of thought that carry you on journeys. And often those journeys are journeys that might take you in your mind upstream to the source or downstream to the sea. But when you get to the source or the sea, you'll find that that's not the source or the destination. The spring is not the source, because that water is coming from somewhere. And this is the same old water that's been moving around the planet for 4 billion years.
Oh, it's probably the bauxite or something. There's a lot
If you
of
followed it, you might go on a spectacular journey. A journey that would take you through time and space, by ice caps and glaciers, by the deep, darkest parts of the ocean, down into the rocks where water might spend 500,000 years. It might take you to clouds, rain and fog. And it would take you through countless living bodies. Those are plants and fungi and animals, not so different to you. And to the depths of the ocean where water waits out those millennia that turn to rise again to the light. And eventually that journey would take you back to a place very like the one that you were sitting in, watching the light dancing on the water as it flows past you. And you might remember that it is also flowing through you. Water is fundamental to life, and that is really easily said. But also it seems it's easily forgotten. We are all water beings. Each of us spent our first 9 months living in a private sea of amniotic fluid. And for the rest of our lives, water is the thing we cannot do without. And this is the same for every other living being on the planet. So perhaps that soft fascination we have with water is not so soft after all. Perhaps the reason that water captivates us is because at the very base of our primal animal brains, we know that this bank is a good place. And this is where we have what we need. That biological imperative because water permeates every aspect of our lives. And as biologists, we know it's essential. But we know it's in other ways too, in spiritual ways. We also say that water is sacred. Every spiritual practice, from Christianity, Islam, magic, all of these practices have water rituals as part of them. Our species has known and understood the importance of water, probably since we were before we were humans, perhaps until now. So I'm an campaign for access to water and to land, we like the Road campaign. And we currently have an understanding right to access to less than 4% of India's rivers. And that is bad news for nature. Because we cannot love what we do not know. To get to that river, your nearest river, to sit there or maybe stick your toe in the water and maybe take a swim, you'll probably be trespassing. It's not just us that needs good water. We share that fundamental need with the otter and the water vole, and with the kingfisher, and the dipper and the heron, and the grey whitetail, and the trout and the salmon and the stickleback, and the minnow, and the frogs, and the newts, the grass snakes, the dragonfly, mayfly, caddisfly, the water beetles and snails, the leeches, the weeds and the reeds. So do not tell me that I don't have a right to swim, or that doing so is somehow irresponsible because of the condition of the water. In doing so, I'm asserting my right to be there, and I'm also asserting the right of every living creature that gives me that choice. The fauna and the planet are not the problem. The problem is the problem is the power. The problem is disconnection, and the utterly foolish idea of property and profit from nature's laws. So the next time you are sitting by that river, remember that fresh water makes up a fraction of the water on our planet. And of that fraction, most of it is in glaciers or in groundwater. The tiniest fraction, 0.025%, that's a tenth or a quarter of a tenth of a percentage point of all the water on Earth is currently in our rivers, our lakes, our marshes, and our living bodies, living beings. This is precious, precious stuff. It's the same water that's been cycling around the planet for 4 billion years and endlessly
So I'm going to go meet Abby Kidd in Kenya. So that's what we were going to do. I know. She's
When you sit there, remember that the river is water's momentary chance to be under the light. It might have spent 500,000 years in the dark before you saw it. It deserves our attention. That so-called soft fascination is actually a recognition. Every cell in your body, your ancient brain, your 4 billion year old ancestry is responding. Telling you that this is a good place. Telling you that here you have what you need, that this is where you came from, and this is where you belong. So let that knowledge grow inside you. Let it grow into love, let it grow into rage, let it grow into hope, and let it grow into energy and strength and determination to fight for nature.
Thank you, Amy. All right, who here is ready to do some marching? I've heard that half the march is going to move. We're going to do one more and then we're going to get on. So I'd like to invite Joe Bateman from Surface Against Sewage to the stage, please. Welcome, Joe. And we've got the backing group as well. Over to you, Joe.
Hello. So, my name is Joe Bateman, and I'm suing Southwest Water because I'm sick of their endless dumping of raw sewage into our rivers and seas. Thank you. 6 years ago, I moved to Liverpool Wexford in Devon to live by the sea. Definitely not a swimmer. But one day in winter, I was reluctantly persuaded to go swimming in the sea. And from that moment, I was addicted, and I continue to swim year-round whenever I can. When I go in the sea, everything going on in my head gets left on the sand. All I'm aware of is me and the sea and the cold, and nothing else matters. And when I get out, I'm buzzing. In the beginning, I knew nothing about the sewage problem, and to be honest, ignorance was bliss. But as time went by, I learned more and more, and I became more and more disgusted and angry. And eventually, enough was enough. And earlier this year, I decided to take Southwest Water to court. I'm suing Southwest Water for compensation because I believe frequent sewage spills are taking away my right to swim, and my physical and mental health suffer as a result. But this isn't just about me, or even all water users. It's much, much bigger than that. Rivers and oceans are in trouble, and that means we are too. Any threat to the oceans threatens the survival of every single person on this planet, wherever they live, whether on the coast or in the desert. The oceans are the lungs of the planet. They provide the air we breathe. They are the world's largest carbon sink. They provide food, jobs, livelihoods. The oceans are a stunning natural environment full of riches, a place for recreation and discovery. What the water companies are doing to our rivers and oceans is simply unacceptable. They say they're improving the situation. Rubbish! Last year, they dumped raw sewage for 3.6 million hours. More than double the previous year. The water companies say they have to dump sewage when it rains heavily. Rubbish! Rain is nothing new. It's been raining here in the UK a lot since the year dot, long before the water and sewage industry was privatised in 1989. We all know it's not about the rain. It's about water companies putting profits before pollution. Spending billions on their shareholders, billions on their bonuses. Money they could have been investing for decades in the infrastructure. And if they had done that, we wouldn't be in this mess now. The water companies also say that dumping raw sewage in the rivers and oceans is legal and necessary to prevent sewage flooding homes, etc. Rubbish! With the right investment, it wouldn't be necessary, and then it wouldn't need to be legal. And we all know that often it isn't even legal. Information recently released by the BBC suggests that every single water company is guilty of dumping raw sewage into rivers and seas illegally, allegedly 6,000 times in 2022. We have the regulations and laws we need to end sewage pollution, but they're not being properly enforced. In 2023, Thames Water was fined £3.5 million for environmental offences. It sounds like a lot, but in the same year, they paid out 45 million in dividends. South West Water was fined 2.15 million and paid 112 million in dividends. If the water companies can pay out dividends of that magnitude, then the fines are just a bit of loose change, and in no way do they reflect the environmental damage being caused. The water companies are polluting with impunity, with no incentive to stop. In the 21st century, we can land a spacecraft on Mars. Why can't we have a sewage system that disposes of our waste without polluting the rivers and oceans? The answer to that is, with the political will, we can. Servers Against Sewage have produced the End Sewage Pollution Manifesto, a 5-point plan for sewage-free waters. Adopting the plan would require the next government to enforce the law, to make the UK's waters healthy and safe, to stop pollution for profit. And finally, this is the most fantastic turnout today. It sends a very powerful message to the next government about how angry and concerned we all are with the government, Ofwat, the Environment Agency, and obviously all of the water companies. We are far mightier together than we are alone. Together we have power. Today, we're marching together to show how much we care, not just about our rivers and oceans, but about all of nature. Today, we're sending a message loud and clear to the powers that be. Get your act together and cut the crap. Restore nature now.
Thank you very much, Joe. Thank you so much. As soon as we are underway, ladies and gentlemen, good people, beings of this planet, thank you for being here. As we march along, let's start moving. You'll see the sign starts to move. We're going to be along. We're going to give another little speech, a bit more music. But as we walk, let's just remember we're here because we care. Keep an eye out to people around you. Someone's struggling along. See if you can help them. If you need help, look outside. There'll be stewards wearing their pink vests. If you need anything, they can help you. Let's have a beautiful, wonderful day expressing ourselves on the streets of London. But let's make sure we do it safely, kindness and compassion in our hearts, and in action with good ways of doing things. So, one more cheer, restore nature now! All right, let's go everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great day. You'll be hearing from us as we go along. We'll have some more music and all sorts of things. But for now, I want to also potentially invite our next speaker. We're going to just merge into the crowd as we go. We're really lucky to have Emma Brinson from the Rivers Trust here. Oh, hello. Thank you so much for being flexible. We're going to just stand here. We'll let people come past and then merge in. Is that all right? Are you ready to speak? So one more, just a quick shout out. One cheer for Emma Brinson of the Rivers Trust. Everyone's doing good cheering. Well done, us.
Stand up for nature. I'm here at the Rivers Trust and I love my local river. I walk along it, I kayak along it, and I know it's search for wildlife and solid. But after heavy rain in Swedish waters, they turn into a dystopian, murky plant water. They are grim. The water becomes brown, it's full of soil that's been pulled up the fields and sewage that's been distilled further upstream. Oil from roads slips to its surface and wet wipes and plastic wave at me from where they got caught in the banks. In fact, recent reports say that my patch for the River Avon is one of the worst affected by sewage in the south of England. True indeed, yes. Chemical levels reported there are also 10 times higher than the European baseline. Water is vital. Water is life.
we're doing a big focus as well. But I think he was line biking, wasn't he? So I put our location on the screen.
Sorry, I'm very sorry.
But I bought it in the second hand shop, so it's really pretty. We could sell 100.
started trying actually really, Joanna, and then she said, let's see that and then she goes,
Go over here. That's it. That'd be much better for Mama. Well done.
Thank you. It's about a campaign to try and bring water back into public ownership. You don't have to sign up to it, basically. Yeah, just spread it around. There's a QR code if you've got friends who are interested in trying to help with that. Have you had one of these ones yet?
grind into the ground. Get worse and worse. I respect that as well. That's what I'm like now.
No, wait.
I walked away and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I haven't seen any votes like related to Facebook.
I've seen a few.
They're not really meant to. Yeah, you could just say, not like, just say vote nature or something, or like vote. They kind of
Took me off about not realising I was also having trouble with it. He's running a private company essentially, getting everybody else to support it.
Mark's chief executive of National Participation.
No, the other thing is all the administration. Criminal system. We did say
Yeah, I can see you.
The internal background.
Insects everywhere, you know, the plastic. Oh my god, class ago, I don't remember the name.
Well, we do now.
I can't imagine going down, like going 5 days a week.
Yeah. Well, that's,
and then if I did, it
not
would have
so
to be
many
a
organisations.
significant bump in pay. And then even then, it's like that would be really like.
I am literally eating my Monday.
definition of it. The most important to me is one of the most knowledgeable people I ever met was a 15-year-old school guy.
Yeah,
nature. And when we give back to nature in reciprocity for all it does for us, everything thrives. This is the source of so much of what makes life worth living. Indigenous peoples and local communities still connected to nature never forgot this, but we need to help each other to remember. Connection empowers us, and perhaps the powers that be don't like that too much. So let's continue to show everyone what we're truly made of, shall we? I'd like to ask you to do two things. First, take a deep breath. And notice how you feel right now. How does it feel to be connected to all of these people around you who walked with you, most of them strangers, all with the common goal of standing up for nature? What else will you remember about today? The second thing I'm asking you to do is to tell someone new, someone you don't know, about that. We know from behavioral science that another great force for positive change is sharing our own personal stories. It helps others to relate and empathize. It can change their perception of what's possible and think, of you surrounded dancing in the photo, and that can help start the conversation. Just find common ground. Effective change for the planet and for humanity. And let me tell you, that ripple effect of change is gathering pace. All the organisations here today are tirelessly fighting for nature. More and more business communities are coming together, pledging to prioritise health of the planet above profit and infinite growth. Ecological economists, environmental lawyers are working hard to change the systems that keep us entrenched in endless cycles of production and consumption that destroy nature. And all of these incredible people and organisations are making headway. We just don't hear about it enough in the news. But it is happening. There is still a lot of work to be done, but together we can continue to propel this pace forward, supporting each other as one global community by each doing our bit. True humanity is a oneness, it's an interconnectedness with each other and with nature. Thank you for making this powerful connection felt and heard loud and clear today. Have an amazing day, everyone. Well done all.
Thank you, Liz. Some really important messages there and something to all take home of. We are so much stronger when we're together. When we've got that diversity of ideas, our campaigns become stronger too, which is what is so exciting about this.
Okay, he's not 60 and he isn't deadly.
Well,
but he's the best thing since a brace of scorpions and some pit vipers. Put your hand together for Steve Batshaw.
Hello, London! I have always wanted to say that. Yes, my name's Steve Batshaw. And this fella here is who I am here for. This is Kit, he's my little boy. Kit, you got anything you want to say?
Protect the wildlife and stick to wildlife world.
Yes! My boy. Thank you so much. I've been lucky enough to spend pretty much my entire life working with wildlife. And my finest and most treasured moments have all been right here. When I say right here, I don't mean right here, that would be ridiculous, but I do mean here in our sceptred isles. You know, we have treasures here to equal anywhere else on the planet. I've been paddling off the coast of Cornwall and had a leatherback turtle paddle into my boat. Been swimming in a seagrass meadow and had a spiny seahorse nudging against my mast, and then a grey seal came over and taken its place.
Slow down a little bit.
That cannot continue. And it's seeing the positivity, the real adoration of nature that is here today, that it's going to be the only thing that will stop that. We are the nation of Elgar, Dylan Thomas, Jane Goodall, Ravi Burns, Michaela freaking Strachan. Nobody loves their nature more than we Brits, and yet the very people that we have given the stewardship of our nature have been found wanting, have been asleep at the wheel. Now, thank you. Any of you out there who have seen my kids' television series, Deadly 60, I'm going to need your help right now. So to any of you out there to try sum things up normally, I might say, for example, that a peregrine falcon is the fastest creature ever known to have lived, thundering down from cliff faces that hits its prey on the wing at as much as 200 miles an hour. It is definitely, and then you all would respond with deadly. Can you do that for me? Okay, fantastic. So, to believe that the only metric of progress has to be economic growth is definitely. To believe that in a planet of finite resources you can continue that growth indefinitely is definitely. to pour effluent, contaminants, raw sewage into our waterways continually is definitely, and to have a government who can believe that this means nothing and that nature and bringing it back is not critically important would be definitely, I said it's definitely, it is unquestionably. Thank you all very much. Have an amazing day.
Well, there's not a clearer message than that, is there? Not at all. Absolutely adore Steve and everything that he does. Campaigns for nature. I've been to some of his theatre shows and it is just an absolute spectacle. So thank him very much for being here today. That's great.
Okay, now Steve was talking about peregrine falcons. Did you know that this is 500 metres of going to be standing in the environment where peregrine falcons again? Yeah. And they actually are. Yeah. I can't see you. So the first person that spots a peregrine falcon flying over the House of Commons this afternoon must shout really loudly and point to the sky. We're relying upon your ornithological expertise. We'd love to see one of those birds, but now we're going to see Tanya Steele, who's the CEO of WWF, one of the most important conservation charities, not just in the UK, but the whole wide world. Put your hands together for Tanya.
It is amazing to be here with such an incredible crowd. I cannot believe how many people have come out today for nature. Thank you to each and every one of you for marching. It makes a huge difference because, as we all know, nature is in crisis. And the awful fact I use every single day, is that since 1970, average wildlife populations have plummeted by almost 70%. And in this country, 70% of our ancient woodlands gone, 92% of our seagrass gone. Familiar wildlife, skylarks, hedgehogs are now unfamiliar, and we have rivers choked by pollution. So you're right to feel passionate and angry, but together we can change things. WWF's really proud to be here alongside nearly 380 organisations today. We work with communities everywhere in the world to protect wildlife, from the Amazon rainforest to the Great Barrier Reef. Yeah, we found a peregrine! And we're proud to work with grassroots, the community here in the UK. But when we give nature a chance, when we give it a helping hand, it bounces back. We've seen beavers back in our rivers, the return of the large blue butterfly and red kites across nearly all our skies in the UK. Your support, your work, your commitment is making stories possible. But we know that now our political leaders, the ones that will be in there soon, they need to step up. Our polling shows that 80% of the nation, and I feel like most of you are here today, that 80% of the nation cares about nature and climate change. But more than half don't think our politicians care. Our leaders have fallen behind, and it is time that they caught up. So let's send a clear message to those who want our votes, that we expect them to act now, to restore nature now. And recognising too that the actions that we take here, the food we import, the emissions we pump into the atmosphere, affect wildlife and wild places all around the world. And the clock's ticking. Our government, our next government, must take what is going to be our last opportunity to protect nature. Because there's no economy without nature, there's no food without nature, there is no future without nature. And if we restore nature, nature will restore us. Let's make sure that everyone asking for our vote on the 4th of July gets that message loud and clear. And thank you so much again. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here today. Thank you.
Did someone honestly see a peregrine falcon?
Really?
Because all I've seen is a couple of pigeons, you know. And
Are you sure over that?
I'm beginning to doubt that the collective ornithological kudos of 80,000 people is questionable.
There's quite a lot of people in this vicinity pointing, so if anyone's not looking in that direction, that's where it is, apparently.
Right, okay.
Apparently. Hey, white-tailed eagle around Big Ben is not, you know, aim high, right?
I once had a meeting with Michael Gove in a building just behind us, and when I went in to speak to him, there were 2 red kites flying around.
Red kites?
I said to Michael, we have to take a moment and look at these. And we did. And then we got down to business, and that's what it's about today, isn't it? Getting down to business, because we want to send a very clear message to the people who will be incumbent here very soon, that we are going to restore nature now.
Now we know, of course, that nature is so important for our mental well-being and our physical health. And our next guest today is one of my personal very good friends, but also a man I think is slightly superhero, because he's an author. He's a full-time GP who works to save lives round the clock. He goes on television to talk to you all about ailments and issues and educates us all. But he's also a huge, huge ambassador for wildlife. He's the president of the RSPB. Is of course the one and only Dr. Amir Khan. Round of applause. Let's hear it from him.
Hi everyone, how are we doing? It's so nice to see you all. You all look absolutely gorgeous. Honestly, if you can see what I can see, it's a beautiful sight. Now, I'm Dr. Amir Khan. I am a NHS GP, a broadcaster, president of the RSPB, vice president of the Wildlife Trust and Butterfly Conservation. And people often ask me, as a doctor, they go, Amir, why are you so worried about nature? As a doctor, surely you should just focus on seeing patients. Well, actually, I'm here today because I really believe that our health and the health of our environment and the nature around us is inextricably linked. I mean, how can it not be? We've evolved alongside nature. We breathe the air that it gives us, we drink the water it brings us, and we rely on the food it allows us to grow, all those bounties that it provides for us. And if any of those systems get sick, then so do we. And that's what we're seeing now. The system is sick, and we are seeing that. And my job as a doctor is to recognise symptoms and put them together and diagnose and treat an illness. And this nature crisis that we're in now is a symptom. It's a symptom of a much bigger disease, a disease that has been allowed to happen by a small number of people who benefit from it, and for the rest of us, we get sicker. For the rest of us, our planet gets sicker. For the rest of us, our wildlife numbers deplete. So it's really important that we act now. The air we breathe is vital to our health. If we breathe in polluted air, the kind of things that we breathe in cause inflammation in our body. It causes something called oxidative stress that increases our risk of respiratory illnesses like asthma and emphysema. It increases our risk of heart disease and certain cancers. It's even been linked to dementia and premature death. We've seen already the negative effects that polluted water can have on our health. We've seen sewage being pumped into our rivers, agricultural waste, industrial waste, urban waste. All of that has led to me seeing patients in my own area with E. coli infections because they've been swimming in those rivers. We saw recently cryptosporidium infections in certain parts of Devon. We need that to stop. And it doesn't just stop there. It's the food that we eat. With climate change, with warmer and wetter winters, a lot of our crops are likely to fail. It's predicted that about 17.5% of wheat and barley is going to fail as the weather changes. And that's going to lead to increased food prices and more food poverty. I work in inner city Bradford, one of the most socially deprived areas in the country. I already see the cost of living crisis and the effect that has on people's health. As food prices go up because of climate change, I'm going to see more and more of that. We're all going to see more and more of that. We're going to see health inequalities widen. The rich will be able to manage, they'll be fine. But the most vulnerable in our society will really suffer as a result. And it's not just us. Thank you. It's not just us. All of this is having a lasting impact on the environment and the biodiversity around us. We've lost 38 million birds from our skies in the last 50 years. 97% of our wildflower meadows have disappeared. And England is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. That is shameful. That is shameful. We also have one of the lowest woodland covers of all of Europe. Again, that is shameful. And according to the State of Nature report, 1 in 6 of our British species is at risk of extinction. So what we need is an environmental rights bill. We need the next government, whoever that is, thank you, whoever that is, to put a plan in place that will really restore nature now. We've got legal protections for nature, but we haven't seen any main political party have a tangible plan that makes sure those legal protections stay in place. And there are solutions to all of this. There are solutions. We need green jobs. We need to move to renewable energies. We need polluters to pay for all of that. And we need this commitment by 2030, 30% of our land and seas for nature. And we also need to work with our farmers. We need to make nature-friendly farming. We need to create incentives around that for our farmers as well. So, thank you. So as a doctor, there is a cure. There's a cure for all of this. We can do it. We have a chance now to restore nature. We have a chance to move towards a greener, more peaceful future where we can live in harmony with nature, where our skies aren't filled with pollutants but are filled with birds and insects and anything that wants to fly in our skies naturally, where our rivers and seas aren't filled with sewage and industrial and farmyard waste, but filled with fish and mollusks and dolphins and whales, and where food poverty doesn't exist as a result of climate crisis, where we can grow crops alongside nature. That's the cure. That's the cure for this disease, and we want those in power to listen. So let's restore nature now. Thank you.
In the day, I really don't. He's such a special person that works so dedicatedly to the restoration of not only our personal health but our planet's health as well. Now, quick announcement: it is getting a little bit packed in Parliament Square, so make sure you have space. If you are struggling, do put your hand up. There are screens over on Whitehall Road, so if you are on Whitehall Road, stay there, watch the screens. Don't try to come to Parliament Square because it's getting a little bit packed, especially for people at the back and in the middle. Okay. So Richard Taylor-Jones over this way is pointing up to the sky, and if you look above, you'll see a peregrine falcon. Can everyone see it? Yes, it's right there. A quick interlude for the peregrine, everybody. It's right there, it's literally up the top, here. Yes! There's two. I'm hearing two. Three peregrine falcons. Stop it. That's a bit exciting, isn't it? Wildlife making appearance, and we're here trying to fight for it. That's so brilliant. You don't get that very often on your nature marches. That's lovely. Yeah, above your head, above your head. I mean, I can't see it. I'm just seeing all the joy on your beautiful faces, and I'm loving every second of it. This is brilliant. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on the peregrine, but I'm going to stick to time, so I'm going to drag Indy Green, who's currently watching the peregrine, on stage now to say a few words. Welcome, Indy Green.
Hello, my name's Indy. I'm 19
14 years old. I live in Sherwood Forest in Nottinghamshire, and I'm an ambassador and a youth council member with the RSPB. And it's so incredible to be here. And me and my partner Katie are currently walking from Land's End to John O'Groats. So we're raising money for a great charity. So it's great to hear the Dean talking about a bit of health. So I might need to have a catch up with him because our legs are getting a little bit sore now. The blisters are catching up with us. But hey ho, it's good fun. We're out every day. And to be honest, peregrines have actually been one of the birds that we've actually seen most abundant in terms of birds of prey. We've seen so many of them. It's absolutely brilliant. And yeah, keep running them out. It's so cool to actually see the reaction from people watching amazing birds of prey, any species at all. And that's one of the biggest things we've taken from this walk is the actual sense of just enjoying nature and enjoying what's around us and taking in just how important it is. And it's so great to see that celebrated with so many people and so many different organisations today. It's been great working with the RSPB for a little while now and just seeing the way things work and the way we create change. We goal there. I get distracted now. Don't look, there's a goal. It's alright. We'll look out for the peregrines soon. But it's just amazing the fact that change is happening and we're all here. And it's no like, how do I say this? No one has ever made a difference by being like everybody else. So everybody being here is just making a difference. There's so many names I can pick out of the hat. There's so many incredible people doing so many amazing, inspiring things that can all inspire us to just to make even small changes in our daily lives. And there was just one tweet that I dig down in my screenshots on my phone last night that Chris made a little while ago, and I just think it's really important. I just think it really encapsulates why we need to look after nature. And it was I don't know if you remember this, Chris, but it was a long time ago. But he said, "Say hello to my fluffy, so to my little friend, fluffy and delightful, looking for a home. I gave it a helping hand. Everything counts. Every last living thing, because we make being alive so difficult for them." And that was a little bumblebee that he rescued. And I just think that's such a beautiful little encapsulation of how important it is to take care of everything. Anything you can do, any small thing, any tiny change in your daily life can have such a big impact. People are starting to become so much more converted to being, interested in nature and caring about climate change and wanting to make a difference. So keep it up. And without further ado, I will introduce an absolute change maker, somebody who is pushing those boundaries, somebody who's being different, somebody who's also one of the coolest people I know. So, if he's ready, I'll hand over to the brilliant Nadine Pereira.
London, 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 you look beautiful today. So my name is Nadine Pereira. Before we get started, I just want you all to make some noise for yourselves today for turning up on such a Saturday where you could be doing anything, but you guys are all here to protect and stand for the nature that we all know and love. So big respect to everybody here. Everybody here. Now, just so I don't get caught in the adrenaline of being on the stage, we're going to do a quick selfie. Super quick. Okay, now serious stuff. So, for me, if there's one thing to learn about nature, it's for me is that there's more than one way to achieve a common goal. So, if we look at the golden eagle and the bumblebee, they fly in the very, very same air. If we look at the plankton on the microscopic level down to the gargantuan blue whale, they swim through the same waters. And that for me is a fundamental part of biodiversity, and that is a fundamental part of what we are trying to protect here as a collective today. But I do make some noise for biodiversity, of course. But what I do find that is often overlooked is that the diversity in our approach as human beings is often put to the wayside. And that is what I want to emphasize here today. In my English borderline working class vernacular, there's more than one way to skin a cat. So that's my focus today. And what I hope to share with you guys and with all the organizations here today is that we need these different perspectives when approaching the problem solving that the natural world is facing. Now me, I've not been in a classroom since I was 15 years old. Stay in school, kids, okay? Now obviously stay in school, but what I want to highlight is that for a lot of my life, I was shunned and made to feel embarrassed because I was not educated, classically educated. But here I am today, on this stage, I've become a voice, not only for nature, but for communities who are underrepresented in that space. Born on a council estate, East London, single mum, all of that. When I was in school, knife crime was the highest in my borough, the highest. And I was labelled troublesome, disruptive, rebellious. And now, if you ask anybody that knows me, they would describe me as troublesome, disruptive, rebellious. So, one thing I found is that whilst I was shunned from the classical education system, there was one place that always welcomed me with a warm embrace, and that one place was the forest. It was nature. Nobody in those woods would judge me. Nobody would ask me to be anything I didn't want to be. They allowed me to be exactly as I was, no matter how I was at that time. And that is the ultimate message I want to send today, is that there is no one way to be a lover of nature. We can all love it in the way we see fit. So the final thing I want to highlight here is that nature needs all of us. Now, a lot of us here will have ecology, zoology degrees from Oxford, Cambridge, Bristol Uni. Well done. Well done. Okay, big up yourselves for doing that. Big up yourselves. But I do want people to remember, especially the young people, yes, school is very important. And if I could do my life again, maybe I would go to school. But do not think for a second that if you don't fit into classical education, there is no place for you in this conversation. There is. There is. There is. So remember, if we do these differences of approaches, the next time if you do hold one of these degrees and you're speaking with someone like me, include us in the conversation, because we have great ideas, we have great input and great contributions that often are a lot cooler. But together, guys, we are more creative, we are stronger, and we protect nature. Thank you very much.
All across the UK. It's so great to feel everyone's energy when Flock Together first started. I remember looking at it on social media and thinking, what an amazing movement. How does something like this not already exist? It was an absolute wrong thing that it wasn't already in existence. And Nadeem and the work of his friends to get it up and going, get it running is so powerful and so important. It's a brilliant organisation.
Thanks, Beast. Now, last weekend, you may have seen the Trooping of the Colour. The royal family on the balcony, and they had the red arrows of us as a fly past. But we've just had peregrine falcons. Yeah. You can keep your red arrows. We've got the fastest animals on the planet ever. Next up, I want to put your hands together, please, to welcome Assad Rayman. The issues that we're talking about are not central to the UK, they're global issues, and Assad is going to speak to us about that. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, respect to all of you, and I bring greetings from the global climate justice movement. And I'm not as tall as Nadeem, so it's going to go down. All right. And I'm not going to be as funny as Nadeem either. Friends, we are standing together at an unprecedented moment. Our planet, a magnificent web of life that provides the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, this symphony of life that sustains all of us, now hangs by a thread, under constant threat by the intersecting crisis, not only of climate catastrophe, of inequality and poverty, of collapsing ecosystems, but the relentless scourge of war and injustice. Violence against human beings going hand in hand with violence against Earth itself. It's a path of destruction that we know began 500 years ago, when colonizers exploited land and people, stripping them of their resources and their wealth. And it broke our connection, not only with land, but with each other, and has left half the world still struggling to survive. And today, and that continues today, when nature and communities alike continue to be plundered for profit, when forests are felled and rivers are poisoned and lands are scorched and wildlife driven to extinction, those on the front lines, indigenous peoples, black and brown communities, the poor, those who are the custodians of our lands, are also being sacrificed. And the scars of those conflicts over access to resources of land and power are already being borne, not just by our land, but by the people themselves. And today, that continues to be driven by the fossil fuel industry, by deforestation for industrial agriculture around the world, as natural habitats shrink, and becomes ever more deadly. Dwindling water supplies, fertile land and critical minerals are the new flashpoints for war and conflict in every corner of this planet. Ecocide and genocide fill our TV screens on a nightly basis, connecting the past, the present and the future, where the lives of some people matter less than the lives of other people, where food has become a weapon of war and non-human life has no value at all. But friends, amidst this bleak reality, there is also hope and a way forward, where for climate and ecological justice must also be a fight for decolonisation and peace. Where we rebuild our bonds within our societies and across our societies, where this fight to restore our ecosystems is also a fight for the rights of indigenous people. It's a fight for the rights of those who toil in poverty, and a fight for those who continue to cry out in the name of justice. Friends, just imagine a world where nations come together not to wage war, not to drop bombs on innocent civilians, but to fight together for the survival of our planet and its people. Where the never-ending resources poured into weapons and conflict are redirected towards repair, restoration and reparation. We know another world is not only possible, but essential, and it's already been born in every corner of the world. When you see the Indian farmers fighting to protect their food systems and their land, when you see indigenous movements protecting what's left of our biodiversity, and here, where our climate justice movement has connected the call for a ceasefire in Gaza with targeting those who are not only profiting from fossil fuels, but also from arms sales. Friends, together, we have the power to build a world where the wounds of colonialism are healed, where biodiversity thrives and war is a distant memory. We owe it to those who came before us and those who will come after us, that today, as a movement of movements, we stand as stewards of the earth, as guardians of biodiversity, as champions of peace, and as sisters and brothers across races and borders, and fight for a just, peaceful and sustainable world where everyone has the right to live with dignity and in harmony with our planet. Thank you.
time for a break. It's time for a minute to sit down, well, stand up and relax. Now, if you take your attention to the screens, you know, we're here to talk about wildlife, we're here to talk about the pure joy of it. This is a celebration of wildlife. Too often we talk about the downside, the declines, the statistics, but you have to remind yourself what you're fighting for, remind yourself what you believe in sometimes, and that has to be done by watching the wildlife we love. So we've put together a nature film for you, filmed by James Stevens, and you can look at the screens right now and immerse yourself in the joys of wildlife. permission to stand up here and shout that little bit louder, which is what we're going to do now. But first and foremost, we're going to listen to some beautiful music. Now, music has the power to engage us in so many different ways. So without further ado, Davies and Daughters.
Thank you. We are Davis and Daughters. This is Sally, my mother. This is Flo, my sister, and I'm Holly. And Sally is a composer, and she wrote this song for Earth Day 4 years ago, and it's called Restore Our Earth.
That was beautiful. Those harmonies are absolutely stunning. Just gonna have a bit of a microphone rejiggle, I think. Right, that was amazing. Really beautiful. Anyone that can sing like that has my utmost admiration. Really beautiful, very powerful stuff. Now next up, we have a really young, but very, very powerful, someone who's not afraid to use his voice, wildlife enthusiast, climate active, science communicator, Anishwa Kanchala, everybody. How are you, Anishwa?
I'm brilliant. How is London, everyone? Is everyone ready to save our world? Well, let's get to it.
I love that. Simple. It's great. So tell me a little bit about how you found being here today, Anishwa. Why is it so important that everyone stood here?
Well, I feel that it's important because of the numbers. I understand that 1 or 2 people might not be like all of you. We can all be sure to make the best difference we can. And we all can share it with friends and family, which would be able to spread it even wider to maybe even different parts of the globe.
Now you've been quite busy making this fantastic poster covering all the UK and some amazing wildlife. How long did that take you?
Well, that took me 1 day to make.
A day?
Yeah.
Oh, you're good.
Because of all of the paintings that I did were paintings that I did before, and then I printed them out, but less about that and more about what they are. All of these animals are from different places where they're from. The red squirrels are needing homes, and they are squirrels, which you might see day to day, are destroying their habitat and making them run for their life. And as well, monarch butterflies, it's getting too warm for them where they are supposed to go, and lots of hurricanes are disrupting where they're supposed to go, and that would be really bad for their migrations. And they are famous for being one of the best migrating insects of all, and I can totally agree. And falcons are, well, they're just here. They're helping us with all the things, and we should appreciate them as well, because they're such amazing creatures. And without falcons, all the rats and mice, which might contaminate our food because they might hold some diseases, but it's not their fault. And the peregrine falcons will be able to clean it up and make sure that none of the diseases go too far to humans. And that means we all can stay healthy, and all the animals as well can stay healthy. And all of these different animals all have their part in the food chain, along with us humans. So we all should actually try our best to help protect our future of our world. Who's with me?
Okay, Anisha. Let's hear it for Anisha. The future's not ours. The future is his. Let's make sure it's healthy. Thank you, Anisha.
And as well, remember, all we should do to try and make sure our world is the best it can be is to save our wildlife. And everyone, on the count of 3, say restore nature now, the loudest you can. 1, 2, 3. Restore nature now!
Wow, it's such an amazing man. Thank you, Anisha. Bless him, he didn't actually know he was coming up on stage until about 5 minutes ago. So the confidence that he has is just exceptional. He's so great at communicating about the wildlife we all know and love. Now, next up, we've got a man who really needs no introduction. He is the founder and CEO of Ecotricity. He's a passionate man making the world a better place. It is the one and only Dale Vince.
Thanks, everybody. I've got something I want to share with you. Often people refer to it as the cow in the room. It's the blind spot of many people that care about the climate, that care about the environment, of NGOs that do both those things. And the blind spot is our diet. Thank you. So we know nature is in decline. The stats are scary. 50% of farmland birds, 80% of butterflies, 97% of wildflower meadows. We've heard that stuff. What's the cause? Is it concrete in the countryside for development? Is it the climate crisis? Is it the oil industry? It's none of those things. It's what we choose to eat. And I'll explain that to you. Farmland takes up 75% of our country. And we use it overwhelmingly to grow plants, to feed animals, to feed ourselves. And that is such an inefficient system. A cow is the worst example. We put 10 times more protein into a cow than we get back out. The best example is a chicken, and it gives us half back from what we put in. It's an incredibly inefficient system, and that's why we've taken so much land. The decline of nature is about taking land from nature for farming for an inefficient food system. And the great news is, if we all stop eating animals today, tomorrow, whenever, in our country, we can free up 75% of that farmland, right? And that's 75% of 75%, do the maths, that's half of our entire country that we can give back to nature. Thank you guys, because I'm so glad you received it that way, because I thought I might be telling you something you didn't want to hear, right? Because I did anyway. So for me, it's the 4th reason to be vegan. Often we talk about the climate, we talk about animal rights, we talk about human health. There's a 4th reason, and it's for wildlife in our country. The great news is, it's in our power, this thing. We all choose our food every day. We go to the shops, we buy it, we eat it, whatever it is. We can choose to chew differently. We don't have to wait for governments, we don't have to wait for big corporations. If we stop buying that stuff, they stop making it. And for me, that's an empowering message. We can bring back nature to our country one plate at a time, one meal at a time. When you leave here today, I mean, I don't know how many of you are vegan. Come on. That's wonderful. I'm so chuffed. But you know, persuade people around you. It's not about giving it up overnight, right? Just start eating less animals, and we can start bringing nature back. We can give back half our entire country. That's my message. I just want to say. I mean, I was going to say this. It won't apply to all of you, but look. Now you know, when you leave here today, if you get a Big Mac, the sparrow gets it. So don't do it.
Dale, when we were walking earlier today, you told me that you were making burgers out of grass. Tell us a bit about your project.
Yeah, so we're making protein powder from grass, and it kind of has got two routes. One is forever, I've had debates on social media with people that don't like the idea that we shouldn't be eating animals, and the fallback argument is yes, but we can't eat grass, therefore we might as well graze animals, and et cetera, which is not a good argument because we can let nature have that grass. But that's one thing. The second thing is we're making gas from grass right now. It's a way to replace the fossil gas in our gas main. We're doing that in Reading, and I just had the idea, why don't we put the two together? Maybe we could take protein out of the grass before we put it in the gas mill and we make grass from it. We've done it in the lab. We take protein out of grass twice as efficiently as a cow can, and there's enough grass grown in our country every year to feed the whole country protein-wise twice over.
Okay, next up in your list of entrepreneurial ecological fantasies, what about the electric aircraft? How's that coming?
Yeah, we call it EcoJet, and basically it runs on hydrogen, using a fuel cell to turn the hydrogen into electricity with no combustion and no pollution, and then we run electric motors instead of kerosene-powered engines to drive propellers. We should be in the air by the end of this year, flying in... Awesome. Flying in Britain with a range of 300 miles to begin with, and I think it's a 70-seat capacitor airplane, so a proper airplane, proper routes. Give us 18 months, we'll be doing 500 miles and 90-seat capacity. Give us 2.5, 3 years, we'll be flying to Europe 1,000-mile range with no pollution at all. I just want to say one thing about this, because aviation gets a lot of headlines. It's not actually a lot of our emissions, but it's a big emotional issue. And if we're trying to bring the bulk of people with us on this mission to net zero, green living, whatever you want to call it, we can't go around telling them they have to give things up. And flying is a great example of that. There's a different way to do everything that we need to have, that we want to have, and EcoJet is probably the greatest example.
Let's hear it for Dale Vince.
Thank you all, and thank you for Chris for putting this on.
The sort of genius that we need to get us out of a jam. But whilst we're on aviation, I'd like to introduce you to Ella. Ella, come on out. Come over here. Let's have a big hand for Ella. Now Ella is a Taylor Swift fan. Ella, tell us why you like Taylor Swift so much.
I think she's just such an inspiration to like so many people, and yeah, she really inspires me to do everything that I want to do.
And will you be rushing away from our gathering this afternoon to see Taylor Swift this evening?
No, but I'm going tomorrow night.
And you're very excited about that?
Yeah.
Okay, now I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but what do you think about your idol, Taylor Swift, using private jets? Hold on, listen. You're not Taylor Swift fans. Ella's a Taylor Swift fan. Let's hear what her fans think about her using those private jets. Ella, tell us how you feel.
I don't think it's very good because it means she has a huge carbon footprint, and the fact that her younger fans are going to have to grow up in this earth, she's sort of polluting it. But, yeah.
Ella, I know you're a fan of Taylor, but can you sing?
Kind of.
well, I can't sing, so we'll both agree with kind of. But what I'd like to do, because I think, how many people are going to Wembley to see Taylor? What's the capacity? Do you know? It's about 90, 100,000, isn't it?
90,000, yeah.
So there'll be 90,000 people at Wembley tonight, and the police have told us there's 80 to 100,000 people here today. So should we send Taylor a message? Taylor, give up your jets. Taylor, give up your jets.
Taylor, give up your jets. Taylor, give up your jets.
Taylor, give up your jets. Taylor, give up your jets. Taylor, I said I couldn't sing. Give up your jets, Taylor. Give up your jets. Come on, we want it louder than this. We want all of those fans at Wembley to hear it. One more go. Taylor, give up your jets. Taylor, give up your jets. Okay, send that to Taylor Swift. And stick it in your pollution package and smoke it. I hope you have I've got a friendship bracelet. So we've managed to offend all the Swifties, but they're still our friends. Testament to those young people. Ella, thank you very much for being so honest.
Phone. You said my one. There you go. Hello. I've got one as well. What's yours say? Yours says Swift.
It says, please leave me alone. Don't pick on me anymore.
Alright. Message taken.
Oh no, hold on. I flipped it over and it said, I'm giving up my jets. I've realised the error of my ways.
Oh, that happened quickly, didn't it? Gosh, she listened, she heard and she acted. Brilliant. Next up, we have a man who is probably much better at singing than you are. I mean, that's not that much of a stretch, is it?
I think that I was singing along to him in 1979 at Southampton University, and I'd sent him a cassette of a band that I was playing in called the Titanic Survivors, asking if we could support his band, and he said no. But I'm not going to hold it against him, because he gave me teenage kicks all through the night, and now he's our greatest campaigner for fresh water in the UK. He is the one, the only, Football Sharky. Let's hear it!
You wonderful, beautiful, extraordinary looking people. How glorious to see you all here. Give yourselves a thunderous round of applause for making it all this way. Champion! There is, however, one thing I have to share with you. You've been lied to, you've been cheated, you've been misled, you've been told untruths, you've been promised greatness, you've been promised a world that is brighter, more prosperous, greener than anything we've ever seen before, and you have been lied to. As I stand here, there is not a single river anywhere in England that is not polluted. And one of the largest sources of that pollution is the water industry. They have bled our chalk streams dry, they have filled the remains with sewage, and along the way have pocketed £72 billion of your cash, your money, that is now residing in a bank account somewhere offshore on an atoll in the middle of the tropics. They have paid their executives unbelievably untold amounts of your money. To give you one simple example, there is a chief executive at just one water company who has been paid £27.7 million over the last 10 years. Funny you should say that, I may come back to that. In 2009, 25% of England's rivers were in good ecological condition. By 2015, that had dropped to 16%. And as we stand here today, just 14% of England's rivers meet that level. The Environment Agency's current projection is by 2027, just 6% of England's rivers will be in good ecological condition, healthy, with a possible future. They have been exploited, they have been drained, and all of it to do nothing more than drive and motivate corporate greed, financial engineering, profiteering, and all of it underwritten and overseen by an incompetent, failing political system and a regulatory system that is unfit, is incompetent, is disabused, and should be demolished. But ironically, there is hope. Because in just 12 days' time, we have the opportunity to transform this country. In 12 days' time, we have the opportunity to right those injustices and ensure that your voice is the voice that will be heard and that will run and that will dominate. That is why today is the first day, and why you now need to be sure to let the men and women that will inhabit that building in 13 days' time, in July the 5th, hear your voice, hear the flood of humanity you're generating, hear the flood of defiance you're not prepared to put in the way, hear the flood of obscenities that you will not allow this to go on any longer, certainly not in your name, certainly not in your children's name. Today is the day it stops. To make a promise today. If under a new government this is not resolved in a meaningful, proactive, driven, ambitious way, with a government with a vision and determination, then we will want change, and we will want change for a second time. And if the needs be, promise me you will all be back here again 2 times more, 3 times more, and if need be, we will come back 100 times and bring 1 million people. You are the most important people in this conversation, because you in your hand hold the biggest voice of all that this nation has ever seen. It's called democracy. Because in 12 days' time, I am going to demand of you, I will insist that you go to a ballot box and you vote for who you think will actually deliver the change that we want. Because I, for one, am not prepared to live in this world, and I, for one, am not prepared to leave this legacy of this ruinous, corrupt madness, and I am not prepared to hand that legacy to my children, their children, the children of my children's children. It all stops on July the 4th. Get out there, give them hell, make your voice heard, let's change this country. My name is Barton Sharkey. May your God go with you.
Listening to the undertones, and I didn't think I could love Fergal Sharkey anymore, but then he started campaigning for wildlife, and yeah, what a force to be reckoned with he is. Now I've just seen a fantastic sign here that says less feces, more species. So after me everybody, less feces, more species. Less feces, more species. Less feces, more species. Less feces, more species. Brilliant.
Hey, for a dyslexic person, you did that tongue twister quite well, didn't you?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been practicing.
Fantastic stuff. Right, listen, from one hero to another, now the hero of the hour. I hope you'll all put your hands together and scream with delight, because we're going to give you Sarah Finch. He's already snuck up on me. Sarah, I'll hold that. You hold this. That's why we all think you're the hero of the hour, and don't be modest.
Well, I, along with my colleagues in the amazing Weird Action Group, we won a massive court victory in the Supreme Court just there this week. We won a fight that we've been fighting for 5 years. Fighting well, more than 5 years, but 5 years through the courts against a little oil site in Surrey that Surrey County Council gave planning permission to build 4 more oil wells and to produce oil for 20 years, yes, in a climate emergency. We thought this was wrong because they hadn't looked at the emissions that would result from the burning of the oil when they gave permission for the drilling of the wells. So we went to court initially thinking we'd just get this planning permission for this one little site turned down, but it soon became apparent that we could actually tackle the whole planning system for oil and gas. And our win this week means that as from now, anybody who wants to drill an oil well, dig a coal mine, get gas out of the ground, they have to do a proper environmental impact assessment that takes account of the emissions of that fuel when it's burned. Thank you. I mean, it sounds obvious, I think, to anyone here. You think the emissions from the oil that is burned is an impact of getting it out of the ground, because if you left it in the ground, it couldn't be burned and the emissions couldn't arise. You'd be amazed how many lawyers we've heard working for the government, the oil company, West Cumbria coal mine, who else? Surrey County Council, saying that that wasn't the case, but we won, and that applies now not only to all future oil and gas and coal developments, but some that have been already permitted, but are subject to legal challenge. Cumbria coal mine, Rosebank massive giant oil and gas field in the North Sea, Jackdaw, Biscathorpe onshore oil well in Lincolnshire. Give it a cheer, Biscathorpe. Yeah. If Horse Hill is illegal, they are too. And a friend of mine in Scotland sent me a photo of the front page of the Scottish Daily Mail. It said, "This court ruling kills off the oil industry." So thank you.
Sarah, no, thank you. Let's hear it for Sarah. And the World Action Group, of course. A landmark judgment that could change all of our futures, made by a tiny group of people. Is there anyone in this crowd that thinks that they are not empowered because they're just one drop in an ocean? Because every single one of you may be a drop, but what is an ocean but a multitude of drops? Sarah has proved that if you take people on and you're right, you win, and that meritocracy is shone through. And let's be clear about today. I'm sure many of you out there have never been on a demonstration before. You would never have been able to go home and say to your friends and relatives, "I am an activist." You've taken action, you've taken to the streets, you've empowered yourself to make a difference, you've used your voice, you are shouting above their noise. That is powerful. We are together powerful, and we must use that power. So as Fergal says, this is not the beginning. It's the beginning that's going to run and run and run, because on July the 5th we'll be banging on that door, asking for what we need to restore nature now. Go home, tell your friends, tell your family, tell all the people that couldn't make it that today you were an activist on a demonstration that made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. and that amazing group. It goes to show the power of what some people, can do by using their voices, by shouting above the noise. It can really demonstrate how far things can go. And obviously that massive success is going to have ripples throughout the world. And sometimes we think, wow, what difference can I make in my small area, in my town, in my country? We have to think worldwide. Act local, act global, think local. I think that's one of the most important phrases that we've got. And up next is an amazing Indigenous activist. She fights for the Amazon. She is so good at using her voice. We've got Namonte, who's going to come up now with her interpreter to tell us a little bit more about the situation over there. Remember, globally is where we must be talking about.
Voto el nuevo IMPA Nemonte Nenquimo. Mi nombre es Nemonte Nenquimo. Soy una mujer guaraní de la Amazonía del Ecuador.
My name is Nemonte Nenquimo. I'm a Guarani woman from the Ecuadorian Amazon.
He volado muy lejos. Me alegra mucho de ver aquí al frente que están hablando sobre la naturaleza, de cuidar, de respetar.
I've come from very far away from the forests of the Amazon, and it makes me so happy and so proud to be amongst all of you today. I see that you love nature, you're speaking to nature, you're listening to nature, and I love this.
Yo vengo en mi Amazonía donde nosotros, los pueblos, los abuelos, estamos conectados con la madre naturaleza espiritualmente y tenemos mucho amor y mucho respeto.
In the Amazon, indigenous peoples have been living there for thousands of years. My elders, my grandparents, my parents, we have tremendous respect for nature. We love nature. We've learned to live with her.
Porque sabemos, sin madre naturaleza no podemos existir, no podemos respirar, no podemos tomar agua limpia.
Because we know without Mother Nature we can't have water, we can't have air, we can't survive as people.
Entonces, a mí me da mucha alegría. De esa forma nosotros podemos construir que se respeta la madre naturaleza, que se escucha.
Only by coming together like we are today can we make sure that we can all join together and respect Mother Earth and protect Mother Earth. That's the only way forward.
¿Por qué digo eso? En último año donde nosotros vivimos, el gobierno ecuatoriano nos ha querido a devorar, nos ha querido destruir.
Where I come from, in the Ecuadorian Amazon, the government continues to want to extract resources from indigenous territories from beneath the ground. They want to devour the earth.
Nosotros, juntos con otros pueblos, hemos unido, hemos enfrentado, nos hemos dicho al gobierno no a la venta.
And together as indigenous peoples, just like you all today, we banded together, we joined together, we took to the streets, we filed lawsuits, and we together learned how to protect the nature, learned how to force the government away from our lands.
Nuestros abuelos, nuestra abuela han dicho, la gente menos conoce, más destruye.
My elders always say that the people from the outside destroy so much because they know so little about our lands.
Entonces, yo he venido como mujer dar el mensaje muy importante que todos podemos respetar a la madre naturaleza. Si nosotros no respetamos, estamos llevando a la destrucción de la vida.
And that's why I'm here carrying a message. I want everybody to know who we are as indigenous peoples. I want you to know that the Amazon is giving us life. And I've come here so that we can learn to respect Mother Nature, because if we don't, Mother Nature will destroy us.
escuchando mucho en todas partes del mundo del cambio climático que está afectando, pero nosotros como pueblos indígenas estamos conectados con la naturaleza, con madre naturaleza. Sabemos que es el llanto de la madre, que es el sentimiento de la madre. Entonces mi mensaje es, como mujer indígena, escuchar y respetar.
And I've come from the Amazon and I've heard a lot about the climate crisis, about climate change. And what I want to say to everybody here is that as indigenous peoples, we're listening to Mother Nature. And for us, climate change is Mother Earth tears. Climate change is Mother Earth crying. Climate change is the language of Mother Earth trying to communicate to us. And as indigenous peoples, we're listening. We all need to listen to Mother Earth. And that's the only way that we will be able to learn to live with her and respect her. So thank you.
Amazing. When I was in university, my lecturer said, what are you going to be, when you leave uni? And I said, well, I quite like being an activist. And he raised his eyebrow at me. And I'll always remember that expression on his face. But quite frankly, the activism badge is one I wear proudly. I wouldn't want to be anything else. Because if you're an activist, it means you're doing something. And doing something is better than doing nothing.
Okay, I'm very pleased now to hand over to Rebecca Wrigley from Rewilding Britain, because Rewilding Britain are doing something.
What an amazing sea of faces. As Chris said, I'm Rebecca and I'm from Rewilding Britain. And for us this march is so important because nature is our life support system. So it's not so much about what we can do for nature, but recognizing the amazing things nature does for us. It is the beating heart of our planet. Rewilding is the mass restoration of nature to the point where it can start to take care of itself and take care of us again. And it's becoming impossible to ignore the benefits that rewilding brings. We support a network of rewilders across Britain, many of whom are here today. So shout out if you are a rewilder in the crowd. And that growing movement is showing just how amazing rewilding is. We have Coast on the Isle of Arran, who have brought together communities to protect their seas, and this marine life is now bouncing back. We have Seawilding on the west coast of Scotland, who are engaging communities to reseed and restore the seagrass and oyster beds in their local loch. We have the community of Langham in the south of Scotland, who have bought out an old grouse moor and now linking nature's restoration with community regeneration. We have, moving down south, urban rewilding projects like at Alice Tree in Derby. We've got Wild Ken Hill, who are mixing regenerative farming, rewilding and more traditional conservation. And I'm sure there are many more I can mention, but they sweep right round to the tip of Cornwall, where at Kabila they're restoring our own amazing temperate rainforest. And all are showing that rewilding works ecologically, but they are also showing that rewilding works economically. We've seen that across those projects, the increase, the job numbers, full-time equivalent job numbers have doubled in England and Wales, and they've gone up an amazing 400% in Scotland. So rewilding can mean jobs for local people, it can mean new nature-based enterprises, it can mean flourishing and thriving communities. So for us, restoring nature and rewilding across 30% of Britain is not just the right thing to do. It is the most productive use of our land and our seas. So we want to see a political commitment to 30% rewilding, and we want to see long-term, sustained funding and financing systems that value and invest in nature. And on the 4th of July, we should all think big and vote wild. And
Blackburn, who has done an exploration, a rewilding exploration around Europe for the film Why Not Scotland? So I'd like you to listen to some of her thoughts and reflections on that experience. Thank you very much. Think big and go wild.
Okay, everyone, apparently there's a peregrine over Parliament. Let's hope it's in a predatory mood.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Flo. Last year, I travelled to several nature restoration projects in Europe for a rewilding film called Why Not Scotland, to compare what I saw there with what I know from growing up in rural Scotland. Like the UK as a whole, one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. It was a story of eco-anxiety and despair, turning slowly into hope along the journey. And so I wanted to describe some experiences I had, which enabled me to go from being consumed by eco-anxiety to having a spark of hope again, despite all that we have lost. The loudest dawn choruses I have ever heard in each town and village I visited. In Poland and Germany, I heard multiple cuckoos every single day, almost everywhere I went. Coexistence between people, brown bears and wolves in rural Italy. People proud of the predators they live alongside, and the local economy benefiting from tourists and volunteers coming to see them. Austrians in Vienna living alongside 230 beavers within the city limits, while Austria as a whole has around 8,000 beavers, Norway 70,000, and Poland 125,000. All three countries having previously hunted their beavers to near or full extinction over 100 years ago. Previously drained fields reflooded and teeming with life once again. Swampland expanding so far that after an hour of walking, we were not yet at the end of it. Insects so plentiful that their beating wings created a loud, constant hum, joined by the triumphant chorus of frogs and clamorous birdsong of those thriving on such abundant insect life. And finally, miles and miles of forest sitting on land that was fully deforested 100 years ago. Many of the processes which have allowed nature to return in force only required people to contribute time and space for it to do so. But the main realization I had was that physically, much of what we have lost here in the UK can return without much difficulty. The current state of nature is a result of historical decision-making, and the future of nature will be down to the choices made here and now. The good news is that much work is already happening around the UK, but with an over-reliance on charities and generous landowners, we need to stop treating nature restoration as an act of goodwill, but the necessity that it is. So don't let anyone tell you that what we are demanding today is a kindness. Protecting the natural world isn't kind, but necessary for everyone's survival. Thank you.
Okay, we're running a little bit short of time, so we're going to do brief introductions. Next up, I'm very pleased to say from the RSPB is Katie Jo Luxton to tell us about the People's Plan for Wildlife. That's us, the People's Plan for Nature.
Hi folks, it's great to be here. I'm Katie Jo Luxton, I'm the Global Conservation Director for the RSPB. People quite often ask me why I'm always so optimistic and so positive about the future in the face of all the wildlife declines that we see and the warming planet and the pressures we're putting on nature. And quite simply, it is because I work for an organisation and I work in a movement where every day I see action that brings me hope. Action on the ground where we're turning things around. We just need to scale it up and we need to go faster. My passion for nature started growing up on a family farm where there were so many lapwing that conservationists at the time didn't even count them. They called them an assemblage of common upland birds. Today in Wales, in that part of the world where I'm from, there are probably 500 pairs of breeding lapwing in total. They are really rare. They are part of the 38 million birds we've lost from our skies during my lifetime. But on nature reserves, we are bucking that trend. Conservation scientists have done patient research, wardens have worked really hard to get the exact recipe of habitat management for lapwing, and we are bringing them back. And the birds have returned. So much so, I would call some of our nature reserves lapwing factories. But it isn't going to be enough just to have lapwing on isolated nature reserves. We have to connect them up, and that's where we need politicians and government to act on the frameworks for nature, the financial and the policy frameworks that will enable farmers to get a pay rise if they work for nature and transition to nature and climate friendly farming. The other thing that gives me hope every day is people. All of you people here today energise me and give us strength and passion to carry on this fight. And just over a year ago, RSPB, Wildlife Trust, WWF and the National Trust came together to bring an assembly of people, the first People's Assembly for Nature. We found 100 people from all over the UK, every country of the UK, all ages, different backgrounds, very diverse, different political persuasions. And they, over the course of 4 weekends, listened to the evidence from world-beating scientists, from farmers, from businessmen, from community leaders. They discussed, they debated, they really wrestled, but they found solutions. It is an incredibly powerful document they have produced. It is the first People's Plan for Nature for the UK. It is a manifesto for nature's revival in this country, and I hope our new government read it. It recommends a host of different things, fixing our broken food and farming system so that we are halting damage, helping farmers transition, and creating transparency in supply chains so us consumers can drive that change. There's lots on how to protect rivers, on how to clean up our seas, but also how to prioritise access to nature with all the benefits that connection to nature brings for our well-being. They call for us to reset our relationship with nature and its value in our lives and put the environment at the heart of decision making. And it gives me hope that when you bring 100 people from all walks of life in the UK together, they can find solutions. And many of them, when they started this journey, knew very little about this cause we're here today for. Some of them started off saying they didn't care much about it. But I'm delighted that many of them are here today with us. They've changed their minds. They are passionate about the cause. They're continuing to fight with us. And the People's Plan for Nature is going to be the best read for all of our newly elected politicians. So that is why I have hope, because we know the solutions. We just have to get these guys to listen. When they start in post in July, we need to let them know they must restore nature now. Thank you.
Katie, so important that we're shouting louder than ever for our new government to really push that narrative forward. Now next up we have Days Agahi. Now I fell in love with coming to protests like these back in 2018 when I joined Extinction Rebellion on the streets, and I met so many brilliant activists, and she is one of them. She's absolutely fantastic. Welcome, Days.
Thank you so much for adjusting the mic for mini-me. First of all, I would actually like for everyone to clap for themselves today, because thank you so much for showing up. because this is what democracy looks like. This is what love looks like. I know that we're all here today because we've decided to come together to restore nature now. For me, it's pretty close to my heart because I grew up in London, but also I grew up in Lincolnshire. And it was at the beginning of my relationship with nature where I really recognised what the climate crisis was. It's because I fell in love with nature. I knew that when the climate's in crisis, I need to stand up. And that is what each and every one of you guys are doing today. So in this time, I asked you to think about what do we love about nature. And one of the things I love the most about nature is the fact that nature is not based on opposition, it's based on collaboration. And right now, we see ourselves in the wake of a general election of where we don't see enough people talking about nature, we don't see enough people talking about the climate crisis, and we don't see enough people recognising that this political system is simply not fit for the crisis that we're facing. This political system has not been fit for a lot of people for a long time. We have to recognise that in nature, I remember there was a beautiful fact around trees, how trees, they connected underneath the ground, and they use nutrients and send it over when it's needed. They act in community, and this is what we're asking. We're asking for Parliament to recognise the space of community. We're asking Parliament to become a community. This is why Extinction Rebellion, we talk about citizen assemblies, where the average citizen gets a chance to be part of democracy. Imagine if just a few of us were there to help implement policy on not just our communities, but our nature. That would have a massive change on the impact of where the climate crisis is going. And we need to recognise that restoring nature is a large part of this. We know the way that biodiversity can affect our carbon mitigation. We know this already. And we know that with nature, we can birth new worlds. And this is why we need to recognise that we are part of an ecosystem. We aren't the students here. We aren't the people who are in charge. We need to fall back into being in love with the natural world and being part of this ecosystem. And we need to do our duty to reverse the harm that's already been caused. I'm a true lover that humanity is love, and this is us showing love, and democracy is love. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Days. Now we're in the final run-in now, you'd be pleased to know, since the sun is shining. Some of you may be needing a drink, or maybe needing to expel some liquid that you took on earlier. I think it's really important that we hear from the CEOs of our leading wildlife charities in the UK. Very sadly, two of them can't be with us today, but they have pre-recorded messages which we're going to play on our screens now. So please put your hands together, I know they won't hear you, for Becky Spate from the RSPB and Hilary McGrady from the National Trust.
Hi everyone. It's amazing to see so many people here today. This is such an important moment to have our voice heard in support of nature. We know that nature is in crisis, and we know that we're one of the worst nature depleted countries in the world. So we need to do something about it. This matters on so many levels, whether it's our economy, whether it's the food that we produce, whether it's the difference that it makes to people. If you think about it, nature is at the very heart of what we consider to be important in Britain. Think about our literature where we talked about Rutley, the Bull, and Winter the Willows. Think about the landscapes that we hold dear, whether that's the Lake District or the White Cliffs of Dover. This is our chance to make a difference, to make our voice heard, to make all politicians realise that nature needs supported. So have an amazing day and make your voice heard. Thank you.
At the RSPB, we believe quite simply in a world that is richer in nature. We want a world where people and the natural world are in harmony with each other. We believe every species has the right to exist. There's a moral impulse on us to pass on the natural world in a better state than we find it for future generations. At present, nature is in a bad state. We've lost 38 million birds from our skies, beautiful birds, in the last 50 years. And we also believe that nature underpins so much of what matters for us as a species. We are a part of nature. It underpins the food we eat, the air we breathe, the water we drink, and it can be our best ally in dealing with climate change. So that's why we need politicians and governments who are prepared to step into this space and drive the really big systemic changes we need to see. We need scale and we need urgency right now. And we know what we have to do. So many of the solutions are there. We just need to apply them together, working together, and with governments and politicians. So please, let's all restore nature now.
Now we're all here standing alongside so many different organisations. Looking out in the crowd, I can see Wildlife Trust, I can see Born Free. What else have we got? RSPB, Extinction Rebellion, Just Stop Oil. All of us here for that common focus, that commonality of a mission to restore nature now. Now there's one organisation, an umbrella organisation, which looks after a lot of those different organisations. It's the Wildlife and Countryside Link, and the CEO, the founder, Richard Benwell, is the most fantastic speaker, I think one of the best that I've ever heard. He's a brilliant, brilliant man, very passionate about restoring nature now. So let's welcome Richard Benwell.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to see you lovely nature lovers. Has everybody still got some energy? That's great news because I'm going to talk about politics. I'm going to talk about politics because every general election is a chance for change. It's a turning point. And whoever wins this time, it's our chance to check our collective compass and take the temperature of the nation. And you don't need me to tell you that the temperature is rising. It's rising literally, and it's rising because nature loss is making people's blood boil. Because time and again, we've come to these turning points and we've gone down the wrong path. Time after time, the politicians put short-term gain over the future of our natural world. They think nature's a nice to have, and they resort to drawing ever smaller rings around fading pockets of wildlife, while millions of people live greenless and grey lives. The implication? You don't need me to recite the list of doom, 1 in 6 species at risk of extinction, not a single water body in good condition, tens of thousands of lives cut short every year by pollution. But friends, even when the going gets tough, we are not powerless. We have the power of science on our side. So it's hats off to the ornithologists, the mycologists, the botanists, the chiropterologists who get out every day, whatever the weather. It's hats off to you guys, everyone who sat in the big garden birdwatch begging their blue tits to turn up, or who's got their feet wet going out testing their local river. And we have the power of campaigning on our side, from the ace advocates who defended the nature directives to the hundreds of thousands of you who helped us win the world's first legally binding target for nature. And we have the power of the law. Oceana, out there defending our seas. Wild justice, fighting down unsustainable shoots. Sarah Finch fighting for our climate. They're out there with the power of campaigning, of law, of science, and we've proven that we can win. But friends, it doesn't have to be like that. We don't have to drag the politicians kicking and screaming to every small victory. Sometimes, just sometimes in this place, we see flashes of green brilliance. And let me let you into a secret. Some politicians really care about nature. Every now and then, this place has done something that is a moment of ecological inspiration that's helped change the world. This is the house that gave us the Climate Change Act and set a model of green governance. This is the house that gave us the Wildlife and Countryside Act, protected scores of species for their survival. This is the house that gave us the Clean Air Act, sweeping away the great smog. And this is the house that looked up from the horrors of the Second World War while the bombs were still falling, even while London was aflame, even while the world was in crisis. Visionary politicians in this place had the foresight to protect our national parks and create the national parks for the future. And folks, here we stand again in a moment of international crisis. Here we stand looking for leadership. And as the general election comes, let's not be fobbed off by little baubles for biodiversity. Let's not be quietened with quick wins. Let's not let the Environment Department be some backwater ministry grateful for every penny that the Treasury finds when it's feeling flush. No, this time we need greater action to turn around the decline of nature. And friends, a final thought. Let's not let the politicians do it without help. We're here to help you, politicians. Let's speak with one voice and let's ask for the big things. When the general election comes, let's not be fobbed off with a pittance of pennies for biodiversity. Let's make sure that we're redoubling our spending for wildlife-friendly farming, fisheries and forestry. Let's not let the big polluters continue to free ride and get away with taking more from our environment than they give. Let's make the polluters pay. Let's make sure that when the election comes, we make room for nature on land and at sea, that instead of creating those ever-diminishing circles in a helter-skelter of neglect, we protect thousands more green spaces and a public nature estate where wildlife can thrive. And finally, let's not stand for any more of this environmental inequality that divides us, rich and poor, where the poorest, most vulnerable people die early from filthy air or a concrete jungle. No, friends. This is time for change. So when the general election comes, let's make sure that this time we don't go down the wrong path. Let's make sure that we're there standing, pointing the way and turn to a better future for nature. Let's make sure that we show them the way to restore nature now.
When you're stood at that ballot box coming up soon, I hope you have a bit of energy from Richard in your head when you're thinking about who to vote for. He's so passionate and speaks so clearly about politics, and I actually find it quite interesting to, listening to Richard talk about all of that. Now next up, very last but very definitely not least, we are coming up rounding to an end. We've got Craig Bennett, who's the CEO of the Wildlife Trust. He's a fantastic advocate, of course, using his voice for nature, but also guiding the Wildlife Trust through this really important transition. Craig.
Thank you, Megan. Hello everyone, have you been having a good time? Doesn't it feel good when you're particularly anxious about something, when you're angry about something, when you're angry and anxious about the failure from our politicians to address the climate and nature crisis? Doesn't it feel good to come together with friends that feel the same way and want to do something about it? And isn't it amazing when I tell you that the official estimate is now in and over 60,000 of us have come together today in London to restore nature now. You know, the fact is, the British public get it. Just over 3 weeks ago, the Wildlife Trust commissioned a poll from Savanta, which said that 79% of the British public get that nature is critical for the economy and our well-being. The British public are way ahead of politicians on this issue. Too often when politicians talk about the economy, they talk about it as something that's completely separate from this beautiful planet on which we live. And yet we know, friends, that the economy is actually a wholly owned subsidiary of nature, even though most of the time our politicians act as if nature is a wholly owned subsidiary of the economy. And too often when politicians talk about health and public health, they talk about it as if we're humans that are amoebas in a little petri dish. Not about the fact that nature and access to nature and the quality of the environment we grow up and live in is actually one of the key determinants of public health. And too often when politicians talk about education, they talk about it as if all that matters is generating the next generation of worker ants to add a few percentage points to GDP, rather than actually trying to make sure we bring up wholly rounded, confident, happy individuals that feel part of and connected to nature. So at times it feels we have to spell it out. So let's spell it out very clearly. No nature, no food. No nature, no water. No nature, no prosperity. No nature, no health. No nature, no justice. No nature, no peace. No nature, no joy. No nature, no home. No nature, no life. But you know what's even more frustrating? We actually know how to turn this around. We know how to tackle the climate crisis, and we know how to restore nature now. Very simply, we have to make more space for nature. We've agreed globally to get at least 30% of our land, inland waters and sea in recovery for nature by 2030. England is currently at 3%. That's a lot to do in the next 5 to 6 years. But we have to make more space for nature and make sure that space is joined up. We have to restore the abundance of nature. For example, by cutting the huge overuse of pesticides and making sure that we can see nature in abundance again. And we also have to get nature working again. Novel concepts like making sure our wetlands are wet, the restoring our peat bogs, and reintroducing missing species like beavers and the missing lynx. And we have to connect people and nature again. But let's be clear, we don't have to just restore nature, we need to do it now, and we have to do it urgently. You know, so many of those targets, those legally binding targets, international targets about tackling the climate crisis and restoring nature, are set on what needs to happen by 2030. And I often find myself thinking, you know, if this country was hosting something like the Olympics in 2030, you would have cross-party support to build a special delivery body to make sure that we build the infrastructure and the venues on time. And we would not tolerate any delay in that. We would not tolerate a delay in the venues. We'd have very clear project plans and Gantt charts about how to do it. And if anything was off track, then politicians across the spectrum would lean in and say, something has to be done. This is our national pride at stake. We now need exactly the same approach to restore nature by 2030. You know, the real test for the next government is not just that they do a little bit better than the governments that came before them. And you fear that's what might be said. The real test of the next government, which will be in place for almost the entirety up to 2030, the real test of the next government and the whole of the next parliament across the aisle will be to make sure that we do what's necessary to tackle the climate and nature crisis. We can do this. We must do this. Britain is a nation of nature lovers. Over the next 5 to 6 years, we have to make Britain proud, that we can turn this old country into a new world full of nature and people connected to nature. Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff, thank you very much, Craig. I always like it when I'm listening to the Today programme in the morning and I hear that Craig's coming on. He speaks with great clarity and important vision. Okay, yeah, let's hear it again for Craig. Okay, we've had a request. It's not a birthday, you'll be glad to know. We'd like all of you to ask your potential elected representatives in the forthcoming election to make sure that they're signed up to the Climate and Nature Bill. You've not heard of it? Check it out. Get on the email, get on the social media, tie something to a pigeon, and make sure that they think about that. It's time for thanks, because we're almost at the end of our time. First of all, I would like to thank Richard Benwell, who you've seen speaking this afternoon, from Wildlife Countryside Link, who've worked incredibly hard to bring all of you together today. Along with him, Emma Adler, Nick Hawkes, also from Wildlife Countryside Link. Now that was a lukewarm round of applause, I'm sorry. But... Thank you.
Miranda Irwin from Extinction Rebellion, and Kim Way as well for some delightful music that we've had.
Stephen Roddy and Luke Phillips from the RSPB, come on!
Emma Cannicott from WWF.
Alex Burrows and his team, the events manager this afternoon. Let's hear it for them.
We have the Art Factory, who have created some beautiful banners, posters, all of the illustrations that you see around you. Huge congratulations to the Art Factory. Dressed as a mushroom.
Magnificent. I can't identify the species at this range, but nevertheless it's superb. Okay, next up, all of the stewards and all of the police that worked so hard to make us safe this afternoon.